Is the what? Hey, Natalie.
Gentlemen, my chronometer is showing 900 hours. So we have all 5 commissioners here, and we will commence with the proceedings. Mr. Commissioner Gardner, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
Please join me in saluting the flag on the earth. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Thank you. That's a tough old flag. We'll start out and discuss public comment. we'll be taking public comment at the beginning, at the end. Public comment will be taken during the beginning and again at the end of the board meeting. Additional public comment periods may be allowed on individual agenda items at the discretion of the chairperson. It is requested that members of the public provide public comment on those agenda items when they are considered, due to the fact that there's basically only one agenda item, and that's just the budget in general. We'll just take comments at the beginning and the end. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker on matters over which the board has jurisdiction, supervision, or control. It is requested that the public comment be respectful of differing viewpoints and that individuals do not engage in personal attacks or become disruptive of the orderly conduct of the meeting. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners. And what we'll do is we'll take public comment from those in the audience first, and then we'll go to a public comment online on Zoom. So is there any public comment from those in the audience?
Thank you very much. I think this lady deserves a raise. She has another skill set that we didn't know about. Lynn Muzzy. Regarding the Douglas County Redevelopment Agency, I oppose the $761,648 proposed budget payment. The district attorney's office has unequivocally stated that the redevelopment area was rescinded effective 11/3/20. With no income, how can there be any expenditures? The question is whether the pre-existing tax increment pledge agreement obligation is enforceable. The redevelopment area number 2 was dissolved by the voters on November 3rd, 2020 by referendum. There should be no tax increment revenue collected from area number 2 after November 3rd. Likewise, there should be no budgeted expenditures paid by the RDA in 2021-2022. The test of the current enforceability of the tax increment pledge agreement obligation must occur before any expenditures are budgeted in the 21-22 budget. I request the Douglas County Board of Commissioners suspend the budgeted expenditures for the redevelopment agency until they receive clarification on the legal status of the TIPA's obligations. Please do not approve any income or expenditures for RDA2 as it no longer has incoming funds. Thank you.
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Barbara Smallwood. Thank you very much for being here in person. I appreciate it. I've been following your budget hearings, and I want to congratulate you on your diligence in looking at the county in all aspects of financial stability. It's a huge issue. I heard Dave Brady talk several times, and I'm reading the strategic plan and the other objectives on the wall here. Maybe we need to update those because some of them seem to be outdated. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, staff, everyone for working so hard. The District Attorney's Office, the Finance Department, every department in Douglas County is, through this pandemic, has gone over and above to keep us all safe and do their work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further public comment from anyone in the audience? Seeing none. Natalie, do we have any public comment coming in on Zoom?
Natalie Wood for the record. Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay? I have one caller, but she has not raised her hand to give public comment at this time. I will promote her to talk to see if she does have public comment. Ellie, are you there and do you have public comment today?
No, I'll hold my comments for the end of the meeting. Thank you very much for reaching out to me.
Okay, thank you, Ellie. Okay, no public comment through Zoom.
Okay, no further public comment. Approval of the agenda. For possible action, approval of the proposed agenda. The Board of Commissioners reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish its business in the most efficient manner, to combine two or more agenda items for consideration and remove items from the agenda or delay discussion relating to items on the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept or rather approval of the agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay.
We have a motion by Commissioner Noasad, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried 5-0. For possible action, there's only one agenda item, so this covers everything. Discussion to approve the fiscal year 2021-22 tentative budget for the Douglas County and Douglas County redevelopment agencies. Funds discussion may include a general overview of the Douglas County budget, including but not limited to presentations on the following general fund all departments, including supplemental request, special revenue funds, including a supplemental request, debt service funds, enterprise funds, including supplemental request, internal service funds, including supplemental request, capital project funds, including supplemental requests, and redevelopment agency funds. Ms. Willoughby, you have the floor.
Terry Willoughby for the record. As I understand, yesterday you approved the tentative budget and have reviewed the supplementals. So the next step is to go over the capital improvement program. You should have all received a binder yesterday, and if we could get those out. I'm going to go through the projects. We have the project managers or department heads on Zoom to answer any project-related questions because I don't really have that kind of knowledge. So I'm going to go through the top 3 priority projects one by one, and then if you have questions on the other ones, we can go through those as well. This is designed to be user-friendly. It has a good description of each project, along with a schematic or picture that describes the project and the project budget. We included future operating costs that might be included in the project this year. So I'll start with the first priority project for the county. So the first project is Muller Parkway. Why is it not? Well, I can't, and it's not showing on the screen, so on page 6 of the booklet, you have the Muller Parkway project. The project is located on the Parkland Holdings property within the right-of-ways dedicated in the development agreement. And justification is this is a vital link to the county road network and for the downtown corridor. This roadway was approved in the 2017 Transportation Master Plan, and the county has an obligation to build 2 lanes of roadway in exchange for the right-of-way. Yeah. Okay.
That monitor says that the system's not working.
Oh.
We're rebooting it inside, so. Yeah, every day. It has been.
We haven't used this in a year, so.
So we have our ever-changing face over there in the district attorney's office. So, welcome, Zach.
For those watching online, we had a minor audio glitch, and I think it's corrected.
Again, Terry Wilby for the record. Thank you. So now everything's on the screen. You can see the map of the proposed Muller Parkway. Justification has we've gone over, and the scope is included. The total project budget is $12.1 million, and the funding will be from a combination of regional transportation funds, and there's a small portion that's unfunded in fiscal year 22-23. And that, you know, as we recall, we have a continuing annual general transfer from the general fund to the regional transportation fund, and that will be a part of this funding. And that's been in place since 2017, I believe. And if there's project questions, we have Phil Ricker, Public Works Director, on the phone, and I'm sure he'd be happy to answer any questions. And this is the county's top priority project. And again, today's action is for presentation only. There's no, you don't have to make a decision. We'll be bringing this back with the supplementals at the special meeting for the approval of the projects. And the first year of the capital improvement plan will be included in next year's budget.
So does this 10,050,000 in 2022-23, is that a bond or is that something the county is supposed to pay from its funds?
At the current time, we are projecting the ending fund balance in the Regional Transportation Fund to be about 10 million at the end of fiscal year 22, with a continued general fund transfer between the general fund and what's available in the RTC fund. We expect that that will be sufficient funding.
No bond then, is that what you're saying?
Not at this time.
Typically, this is going to be, the beneficiaries of this Mueller Parkway are developers, and typically developers pay for roads. However, prior commissions went and made a deal that obligated the county to build this road to benefit developers. That's how it all started. Thank you.
So, I'm sorry, who's on, John Erb is online with us in this regard?
Phil Ricker, Public Works
Oh,
Director.
Phil Richter is, okay. The project manager's John Erb, okay. As I look at this, and I understand our legal obligations, once again, I think I stated that in previous meetings regarding our portion of Mueller. But the troubling point, of course, is three aspects of that road that are Montera at the north end proposed. It says proposed. In the middle, Ashland Park proposed, and Virginia Ranch also proposed. So what is our ability to compel these three other entities in building out their section as we're building ours out? I realize we have now, I believe, 5 years left in the agreement, or shortly there, shortly less than 5 years. 5 years, right? To complete this in compliance with the park development agreement. But if we have a road out there, you know, certainly coming from North County to go to South County or vice versa, without those portions of the road built out along with ours, it's going to be like playing Pac-Man, trying to utilize that road. You know, I would have to, you know, and I live in South County, so if I wanted to access North County to either Walmart or Costco or Home Depot, I would come up and I would get off 395 and take a right on Mueller and go behind Walmart, but then I would have to go back over on Grant to 395, proceed up to Waterloo and over to Toller. No, that wouldn't get me there either. I'd have to go up further than that to pick up our portion of Mueller, and then I'd have to jump back off of Buckeye since there would be no connection there and move back over to 395. So it'd be like playing Pac-Man. So I'm concerned about that aspect of that, and I'd like to know what our legal abilities are to get these other three entities involved to build out during the same point in time, because without those connections, our residents of this county are going to continue the frustration of going up 395 during the busy times of the day. And so we're not going to relieve any traffic whatsoever, regardless of the construction that's going to take place along this route. So those, you know, I like this plan. I like this financial plan, and I see the benefits of that, and I see the money there. But our residents are looking for a solution to this, and we are not in the position to offer a complete solution. And I'm a solutions type person. I look for resolution of problems, not creation of additional problems. So, I hope Mr. Richter can kind of clue us in on that, and perhaps Mr. Wadley, since he's here representing the DA's office, can also tell us what our legal obligations or legal opportunities are there to compel those other parties to come to the table. Thank you.
Phil Rittker, Director of Public Works, for the record. Tom Delaire for Community Development is on the line as well. And I'm wondering, Tom, with regards to the other developments, especially like Virginia Ranch that's moving forward. I know they show on this map as being proposed, but I believe a lot of those are actually much further along. This was proposed, I think this diagram came out of one of the original build grants. Tom, are you in a position to speak to that? Otherwise, I think I'd have to defer to and ask John Herb to shout to get in here. You're muted, Tom.
Thank you. Thank you, Phil. This is Tom Delaire, Community Development, for the record. Yes, Commissioner Gardner, there are a couple of projects, Ashland Park, that we are working with their development team and their engineers on that design of the full roundabout at Toller and the Muller Lane itself through their development. And our consultant is coordinating that effort, that design effort with them. And then we are working with the Virginia Ranch development as well. They have expressed to me their intentions is to build the Muller Parkway. It's still unclear as to whether it's just going to be 2 lanes continued and the roundabout at Grant Avenue in Muller, but they are planning on building that. They are responsible from the Virginia Canal clear to all the way to the Stodic Parkway extension of Muller, where that is terminated. It's like 250 feet or so north of Stodic Parkway, and so they are planning on building that road with their first phase of development, and we haven't seen any plans on that yet. I know they have selected Manhart as their engineer, and we'll be working with them and their design team as well. Douglas County is still on the hook for the widening of the Virginia Ditch crossing at Muller, and internally we're working on a solution for that. And then Butch Perry has 2 additional lanes there in front of the Stonegate project. You may have recall hearing that from Chuck Hathut. And he is responsible for the easterly 2 lanes on Muller Parkway per that development agreement. Once the development in any portion of his property commences and before a C of O is issued, those 2 lanes need to be constructed. So we are working with him on that as well.
I'm sorry, that didn't answer the question on the north end with Montera.
Montera, we are need to work with the owner. There is Mr. Pegram, and we need to work with him. But right now, we are planning on building that through his development, and we're analyzing the need to connect Hayborn to Muller at that location as well. He's behind on his agreement, his development agreement. I think he's behind. We need to be in conversations with him through this process. I was waiting on a set of plans from our consultant team. They are doing some revisions based on the drainage needs in the area, and I want to make sure that we have the correct information when we go to him to start those discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence. I just have a couple more questions. The Virginia Ranch, the Ashland Park, and the Montera, are those development agreements, do they require 4 lanes or 2 lanes?
Ashland Park, in the development agreement, the developer is responsible for 1 of the 3 lanes. And so they're planning on building 2 and we're responsible for half of that cost. Douglas County would be responsible for half that cost. Montera, the development agreements on those, the developer is responsible for both lanes in Hayborn and also 4 lanes in Muller, and it was split up between the number of phases for Montera, and it extends from where the terminus on the north end of Muller Parkway is today. I believe that's just north of the La Costa development, and extends through the Montera property to where it reaches the park property. But it doesn't make sense to build a road that doesn't go through to that terminus. And
I had a question. From your answer, it appears that some developers are building 2 of the road lanes and we're responsible for 1, or I think you said we're responsible for half of another one, and then you said another developer is building 2. Isn't there a standard requirement for these developers to build so much of these offsites when they get the development agreement done, or has this been complete discretion up to the board?
No, I believe at the time of the development agreement, it was the discretion up to the board and negotiations with that particular landowner or developer. When we entered into these agreements, many of these agreements are very old. And the park agreement was the latest one, and has been established since I've been here at the county with the county, and it has it was an amendment to an older 2005 agreement, and with those negotiations with the owner, we ended up building that Muller section basically from Toller to the Montera, the easterly property line of Montera, and that's what Douglas County is on.
Okay, well, I guess that's not really, I'm not really getting an understanding of that answer. So there's 2 questions, before you answer, there's 2 questions. My experience in development of commercial properties, I would assume it's the same for residential properties, at least where I'm from, is the developer, when they submit their plans, they have to build halfway up through the road, on their side of the road, and that includes a sidewalk and the road, and then the other developer on the other side builds the same, and the county or city is not responsible for any of that. From what I understand you're saying, that's not the practice of the board here in the past. I just want to get a confirmation if that's the case. And my second question to you is, you say a lot of these development agreements go back many, many years. Isn't there a timeline on these development agreements? Because things change over a period of time, and if they haven't developed that property, and there's a different policy with the board requiring so much additional work to be done, shouldn't the board have an opportunity to change that if the developer hasn't built over a certain period of time?
With the development agreements, it is my understanding that they don't expire until the last phase has expired. That's my understanding of those development agreements. So some of
But if they don't start it, it's never going to finish. I mean, isn't there a timeline?
All the projects have started, except for Virginia Ranch, and Virginia Ranch went through a lawsuit and extended it an additional 10 years.
Okay, you stated that many of these agreements are many, many years old. So if they've started, then they certainly haven't progressed. So if they start and then don't continue, isn't there a deadline? I mean, the county's going to let this go on just because they shoveled a couple buckets of sand? I mean, you'd think that there'd be some kind of a deadline where the county can say, hey, this doesn't apply anymore.
Yeah, I would have to refer to the district attorney's office on that, but I don't believe so, because the extent of the phasing, how far out that phasing plan was issued to them in the development agreement. If it extends out to 2030, we wouldn't be able to renegotiate that until after that expired in 2030. And maybe they were supposed to build phases 2, 3, 4 within 2-year period of each other, but that in 2018 or 2019 and 2020, those phases were expired, but there's still 4 or 5 phases left that extends that project out to 2030. If that makes any sense, I can get you some documentation on what we've prepared to show those timelines.
Mr. Delaire, Commissioner Engels here, if I may. Commissioner Tarkanian, your observation is correct, and this is something that needs to be addressed in Title 20, and it's going to be coming forward someday, but right now it's open-ended. So you're right that they just are open-ended, and we have no ordinance in Title 20 otherwise. So that's where we stand right now. Thank you.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So I have a couple of other questions. Mr. Delaire, you're on Virginia Ranch, that development agreement, does that require 4 lanes or just 2 lanes?
It requires 4.
4, okay. But you're saying that initially they're gonna just look at building 2, and they're required to build 4 after before the final phase is approved. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's what their plan is. They haven't brought forward the plan development yet for that project. We have a specific plan that was approved that requires them to construct four lanes. And so I don't know if they're proposing a plan development that's just 2 lanes for now, like Walmart did, or if they are extending all 4 lanes out.
Okay. The other question I have is there any way, so we approved 1.3, RTC approved $1.3 million in December to pay for the design element of Muller. Is that the complete design element from the beginning down here behind Walmart and all the way up to the current end of Muller on the north end of the county? Is that for that complete design element or just our portion of the design element?
Phil, do you know if it extends past Toller? I think it was just from Toller to the terminus of Muller. But in the contract, they may have the option to extend that to Grant.
Yeah.
Okay, so not only the, I'm sorry, Phil, did I interrupt you?
No, I was going to say, Phil Rick, your Director of Public Works, for the record. I'm going to get you the answer to that, but I know that our contractor is working with those developers to coordinate those plans so that we have a continuous road. But I think the scope of our work is strictly limited. We're dealing with our taxpayer money strictly within the zone we're required to build, but they are coordinating efforts with the other designers.
Okay, so that's what I was asking, Mr. Richter. I appreciate that. Because my concern obviously was that if we're going to design the entire element of that, then in my opinion, the developers themselves should also assist in that design element cost. That's my attitude. The other thing I'm going to ask, and this is probably more directed at Mr. Wadley versus you, is whether or not there's any method of compulsion, and is it possible for the county? I know that in the park development agreement, the developer has Park Ranch Holdings has the ability to, in lieu of us building Muller, they could actually build it and bill it back to the county. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Zach Wadley, DA's office. I need to make a couple comments here. First of all, I want the board to be mindful that you're agendized here today to discuss a capital improvement project in the form of the county's portion of Muller Parkway. I understand the questions and the discussions relating to the development agreements, not only with Park, but with others along the route. But today, you're not agendized. It's not the forum to discuss the ins and outs of those agreements. Mr. Commissioner Gardner, I'm hesitant to give you a legal analysis of development agreements today in this forum, given what we're agendized for. Certainly, we can have a separate meeting and separate briefings as to what the county's obligations are and what certain developers' obligations are and what the parties' rights may or may not be. But I want to place a caution to the board to keep focused on the matter at hand, which is the CIP project for the county's portion of Muller, and focus on that issue, if you wouldn't mind.
Mr. Wadley, I can appreciate that, but my question goes directly to the budget and whether or not we need to, whether or not we have the ability to budget and to build other sections of Muller besides our requirement here to make sure that everything is connected and then bill it back to the developer. So maybe the final end of that question is more appropriate at a different time, but I'd like you to research that anyways and see if, once again, we build a portion of the road, but it's like a bridge or road to nowhere if we can't connect all the ends. So,
thank you, Zach Wadley, DA's office. I understand the question. I understand the concern, and we'll look at it and get back to you. And again, I just want the board to make sure that they operate within the context of the actual agenda item, and not go beyond that today.
Mr. Chair, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Ms. Willoughby, you want to continue?
Terry Willoughby for the record. The next project is a Judicial Law Enforcement Center Building Project, or JLEC. And this has been on the capital improvement program for several times. The objective is to plan and develop facilities based on the existing and projected demand for space needs for all agencies that currently occupy JLEC, correct space deficiencies within the existing facilities, develop additional hearing rooms and space for the consolidation of staff and associated agencies. The cost estimates to renovate JLEC with all existing agencies included continue to climb and are currently in excess of $56.8 million. Constructing improvements while keeping the building open will necessitate significant phasing, planning, and execution, and are likely to impact costs even more. The County Manager's Office has recently worked with the courts, the District Attorney, and the Sheriff to explore an alternative to purchase land, construct a new judicial building, and then renovate JLEC for use by the Sheriff's Office. Preliminary cost estimates show this alternative to be much more cost-effective and provide opportunities for future county facilities. So the scope is to assess the space needs of all involved agencies. This has been completed. Determine the suitability of the existing site for expansion and development of adequate facilities. This has been completed. Provide scoping documents, cost estimates, and develop funding sources for the project. And of course, this is in progress, and we will talk about some funding that I would recommend for fiscal year 21-22 at the end of this presentation. There is a new proposal under review to purchase land, design a separate judicial building on the site, and renovate JLEC. So the scope would be fiscal year 19 through 21 was a conceptual design, or next fiscal year, the plan would be to purchase property and complete preliminary design with the new concept. And you can see the scope of the next few years. Fiscal year 22-23 would be the judicial building design. 23-24 would be construction. 24 through fiscal year 24 through 25, JLEC remodel design, and that would be for the existing building to remodel. And fiscal year 25 through 26, construction of the remodel. And you can see the total costs are estimated to be $38.5 million, starting with $2.8 million in the next fiscal year. And again, we'll talk about how to fund that in the in the end of the presentation. I know County Manager Cates has been heavily involved in this, and I'd be defer to him for any questions. And I believe we have Scott McCulloch on the line as well, who's the project manager.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I could just add a few comments preliminarily. So the picture that you see here was for the original concept to renovate JLEC in its entirety, and you can see the blue structure behind the JLEC building. That would be a garage, a multi-story garage. That's part of what contributes to the escalating costs. The latest designs called for blowing out some of the walls and extending the building out. It is just really escalated in cost. And like Terry talked about and is written up in here, the idea of trying to utilize the courts while you're undergoing renovation would make those costs increase even more significantly. The preliminary design work has been being done by TSK. And there's existing funding for that. They're the ones that came up with these original estimates. We did a preliminary estimate for the $38 million to purchase land and build a separate judicial building. I think it's a lot more cost-effective proposal. The garage in particular is something that didn't make a lot of sense to me. Garages are a very expensive way to park cars, and unless you are in a dense urban area, they're generally not advisable. And I see no need to do that. We're just trying to put too much programming on a postage stamp size lot of where JLEC is today. So I think this will get us down the road and get a judicial building built for the county.
Any comments or questions from the board?
Just one, Mr. Chairman. What was the cost for the garage?
I don't remember the exact breakout for the garage alone. I don't know if Scott McCullough has that information. I don't recall that breakout.
Terry Willoughby, for the record. Scott is not on the call today. I apologize.
Commissioner Norris, I can tell you, to do a 2-3-story garage is astronomical. I mean, it's crazy.
Terry Willoughby, for the record. We can certainly bring that back when you're for information for the next meeting when you're voting on this.
If I may, just to give everybody a heads up, our records are stored in a couple of trailers out at the airport. And we have records going back to day one for the county, and they are absolutely magnificent historical documents. And the ledger writing is beautiful cursive script. And if we could incorporate getting records into this project as well, so that they're in a controlled environment and not out there in those trailers where the temperatures get pretty hot, and to help preserve those documents, and also put some of those documents on display like a museum for people to see how magnificent the script is and the detail that they had going back to when the county started keeping records. Just a thought, and because we're all together, something to put on the back burner to see if perhaps we could incorporate that in with this initial project. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Okay.
Mr. Gardner?
So I have a question for Mr. Cates. So I know, as I understand the park development agreement, and I don't want to belabor that, but this is part of that element, if I'm not mistaken. The purchase of this 14 acres, 2.8 million, is that the portion of property out in the Buckeye Farms area? Is that out on Buckeye? Is that what we're talking about here, or?
For the record, Patrick Cates, no, not specifically. In the Buckeye Farms plan, it does identify land for public facilities, which could be a potential. But we were looking at different areas. This isn't a specific parcel at this point in time. We actually were looking at a few different parcels in the Bentley Science Park. We wanted to keep it as close to the jail as possible because there'd be some transport. We haven't settled on the specific site, but we did look at a 14-acre in the Bentley Park to come up with the cost estimates. It's possible that we could look at the Buckeye Farm land, but that wouldn't be usable until Muller Parkway is built. So not looking specifically at that at all. We'd like to get it closer to the judicial building, or the jail, I mean.
Thank you. That's what I was wondering. Obviously, as you know, renovation of this 40-year-old facility built in 1980, when we had 19,000 residents in this county, and although the census numbers haven't come out yet, I think we're going to be at or above 50,000. So without any expansion of this building, so it's certainly a high priority on my list and something I've talked about for at least a couple of years now. So I appreciate your efforts in this regard, and I'm interested in hearing how we're going to move forward with this. But I certainly concur with the first step has to be the purchase, identification of property, and then the purchase of that property as well at the lowest possible price, of course. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add one other comment, just to make sure the board understands. So 14 acres, we were looking at a particular site to come up with that estimate. For the building itself, what we would need is probably 2 or 3 acres. But the idea is we'd buy enough land that we could eventually consolidate county facilities on that in future years. So everything would be set aside. We'd have plenty of room to expand as things grow, and we need to upgrade facilities.
So I take it then the vision here is to eventually, for instance, even move this particular body's meetings and the Minden Inn and perhaps communications or whatever else, to one central facility. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would be the long-term plan. After the judicial building, I would probably be looking at the Minden Inn. I think the Minden Inn could have great commercial value, and we're kind of busting at the seams in that facility today. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. But that's what I would be looking at after this.
Now, is there any thought process? I'm sorry to belabor this, but is there any thought process? I know there's a lot of vacant land next to our current community center and senior center. I don't know if that's zoned properly, but I don't know if you've looked at that at all.
For the record, Patrick Cates, I do recall early on having some conversation about that. I thought most of that was conservation easement. I'm not sure what's actually available to build.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Commissioner Gardner, what's wrong with holding the board meetings here in the old courthouse? Don't you feel the historic vibes from all the past commissions that have been in here? There's a certain elan here.
I have no issues with meeting here. As you know, I've been pushing from January 1st to get our meetings back in person and in this facility. So I have no issues with that. It does limit itself to the amount of public participation we can fit into this room. And, and I'm all in favor of increasing public participation in local government.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, we can proceed. Next item, Ms. Willoughby.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby, for the record. The next project is the Martin Slough Multimodal Trail. Again, this has been on the CIP for a while. We expect this to be, the construction is scheduled to be completed prior to June 22, and it's a map of where it is. Project will allow for alternate transportation from Minden to Gardnerville. Highway 395 is the only existing improved connection between the towns, and due to the high volumes of vehicular and truck traffic, it's not an ideal pedestrian route. And I can attest to that, thank you. The new path will reduce vehicular pedestrian conflicts and allow for a convenient and aesthetically pleasing connection between the towns. Location, it's going to be starting at Lucerne, just north of Ironwood Drive, and ending at the pond east of Gilman Road Avenue in Gardnerville. Expected costs are $1.3 million. There is a grant that has already been awarded to the county for the construction. That's $718,000. The unfunded portion is $561,000. We have identified a tentative funding sources from the Residential Construction Tax Fund, and so we expect this to be fully funded next year. And Mr. Dallaire is on the line if you have questions on the project.
Do we have any questions from the board? Seeing none, Ms. Willoughby, thank you.
The next group of projects are community services. So they have two funding sources, room tax and residential construction tax, which is a park fee that is placed on developers for development of parks and vacant land. So their first three priority projects, the shooting range improvements was identified as their #1 priority project by the Community Services Foundation, and that will be fully funded this fiscal year. Phase 2, the shooting range improvements, involves implementing recommended safety improvements, including a kiosk, training video, additional signage, and a gate. And again, fiscal year 21-22, $100,000 that will be funded through room tax. And the projected total cost of improvements over the 5 years is $720,000. And I know Director Scott Morgan is on the phone if you have questions on this project.
Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Mr. Morgan, are you online here? Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Scott Morgan.
So what I'm looking at is the phase 3 portion of this, installation of water, power, sewer, pavement in order to construct a future indoor shooting facility. Certainly that's something that our residents are clamoring for. But have we, you think that it's better to have us pay for that versus a private enterprise developing an indoor shooting range somewhere in the county?
Scott Morgan, Mr. Chair, and members of the County Board of Commissioners. We believe that whoever gets there first, we would support a private facility doing that. The reason we've identified as, and really in a later phase, is an indoor facility to do hunter safety classes, CCWs. That's where the grant book comes in, because of the emphasis on some of the federal funds are for hunters education. That's why an indoor facility has been identified. And so if the funding source comes available, we would be happy to implement that improvement through utilizing grant funds. Or if a private entity constructs an indoor facility to do those functions, we would absolutely yield to that and not construct an indoor facility.
Okay, so the majority of this funding is going to come, and now I see it, $480,000 is anticipated through grants. Is that correct?
That is correct. We would use very little other than match money to complete that particular improvement. We are committed, however, to the safety enhancements identified through the analysis completed a year and a half ago to make upgrades to the facility. We are looking at the third power to site so we can put a video surveillance system in. But as CFA Willoughby is identified, with self-paced class, some educational and gate improvements.
Thank you. Anyways, we generate a fair amount of change in regards to public use of our shooting range now. Certainly this expenditure would probably enhance our revenue sources out at the shooting range, correct?
Yes, Scott Morgan. The self-pay kiosk will probably be a revenue enhancement, but the whole value to this range is its accessibility and the value to our residents. Literally, they can drive 30 seconds more and be in federal land and shoot without paying any fee. Or most people in this community can drive minutes from their home and be on federal land. So the goal of the shooting range is to keep it very accessible, to keep at a great value to those users, to encourage them to use a safe and regulated range rather than going out onto federal land and shooting.
Well, I appreciate you bringing this forward because so many of our residents, as you know, we don't have accessibility because of the seasons that we experience here. Trying to use that range, outdoor range during the winter season becomes a real challenge, So anyways, I've heard many comments within our public that an indoor shooting range of some sort somewhere within Douglas County would be an ideal facility. So I thank you for bringing this forward.
Mr. Chairman? I just want to add a little background information on the source of grants for this. So the Department of Wildlife has allocations every year in their Pittman-Robertson funds for shooting range improvements. The Pittman-Robertson Act was passed in the 1930s, and the Pittman and the Pittman-Robertson Act is Key Pittman, former U.S. Senator from Nevada. The Pittman-Robertson Act imposed excise taxes on firearms and ammunition, and that's what funds wildlife restoration for the various states. And as part of that, they do have an allocation for shooting facilities, for hunter education, that sort of thing. So they have that allotment every single year. During my tenure at Wildlife, they often did not spend all of it and would revert it back to regular wildlife restoration. So I guess my point is it's a very steady source of funding, and it should be available for these things on an ongoing basis as long as we've got good plans and a good commitment for improvements to shooting facilities.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry. Mike?
Yes, I'm asked, I use the range in decent weather. It's $2 per car to get in. Do you foresee that changing in any way once this is approved?
Scott Morgan, Community Services Director for Douglas County. We may see a slight modification going to the self-pay kiosks just because of a practicality. I don't know if it's a baby boomer in me, but we will be a cashless facility at that time, and it just seemed almost silly to put your debit card or credit card for a $2 charge. So our goal is to keep that fee increase or keep that fee to use per car at under $5 or around that point at some point. But we don't have any fee hikes until we do the self-pay kiosk.
Forgive me, sir, you were cutting out. You're getting down almost to cutoff. Could you please repeat? Let me just ask it this way, yes or no. Is the $2 charge per car going to increase?
Scott Morgan, Community Services Director. Eventually, yes. Not in the next year or two. With the self-pay kiosk, we will have a small fee increase. Yes.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I realize this is a long-range plan, but is the anticipation of this indoor shooting range, is that something that you anticipate the county operating or contracting out to a operator of that range?
Scott Morgan, Community Services Director. We would ideally like to contract that out to somebody to operate the indoor range, do CCW classes, hunter education, and then also operate the indoor shooting facility.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Any further questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, Ms. Willoughby, and this is a very odd-looking contraption. I don't know what happens when kids get in there and disappear, and I'm sure that Commissioner Gardner is going to have something to say about this one. Ms. Willoughby.
Terry Willoughby for the record, the next project. And I wanted to comment, the last project on the sheet is listed as a number 2 priority project, but the number 1 priority project was not capital in nature. It was moved to a supplemental request that was a feasibility study. So this is the number 1 capital. Number 2 would be the Brodovich Park playground equipment, and there's a picture of that. And it's purchase and installation of $100,000, which will be fully funded in fiscal year 21-22 if the project is approved.
Mr. Chairman, regarding Brodovich Park, this is something that many of my constituents have contacted me about. The park over the years has been allowed to decay and become unusable, and I've had several conversations with Mr. Morgan about this, and I am delighted to see that there's finally going to be some movement to update the park and turn it from a swamp into a usable dog park and a place for the kids up in the North Benjamin area to be able to utilize. So thank you for bringing that forward, Mr. Morgan. I appreciate it greatly.
So, Commissioner Rice, what I hear you saying is that you would allow your grandkids to disappear into this thing.
I would encourage it.
Moving on, Ms. Willoughby, you have the floor.
Terry Willoughby for the record, and also I wanted to point out that at the end of each page or project section, there is a section for operating impacts and additional revenue for each project, which is hard to estimate, but we made them do that. Next project is, again, Brodovich Park, is dog park and fencing. So there's a picture of Brodovich Park. Estimated cost is $35,000, and this would be, if approved, would be funded for fiscal year 21-22. I've worked with Community Services to identify available funding after the base budget and supplemental requests were funded, and the remaining was identified for to fund their top 3 priority projects, of which this was number 3 for room tax.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, Ms. Willoughby, next item.
The next project is Fairground, and these are in priority ranked order by the department within each fund, would be within room tax. This is the fairground improvements, and this is not funded for fiscal year 21-22. There are several improvements that are needed at the fairgrounds, including arena lighting, improvements to the concession area, stage and sound improvements, installation of a new livestock holding area, heating, and exterior improvements. The fairgrounds could also be potentially identified as a location for a campground. So you can see that there's several phases to this project. The initial phase is $250,000. If available funding, if revenues come in greater than anticipated, we would certainly bring this back as the next funding mechanism out of the room tax fund.
Mr. Gardner.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. The arena lighting, what I wanted to, I served on senior services the last couple of years and then now on Parks and Rec, but I just, the replacement of the arena lighting is for the decrease of light pollution mitigation. And so I am very much in favor of that process. Thank you.
Terry Willoughby for the record. We will, of course, look at this before final budget, and when you come back for the final approval, if there's sufficient funding, this would be the next project in line.
Ms. Willoughby, next item.
next project from room tax funds would be Topaz Campground improvements. And again, this is not funded this fiscal year. First phase of the project includes the purchase and installation of security camera system at the campground entrance, and the second phase includes the purchase and installation of playground equipment at the park area. Total cost in the 5-year period is almost 1.7 million, with all that remains unfunded. Current year cost would only be 40,000, but again, the whole total project is 1.7 million. And the department has noted that this would result in opportunity for more revenue eventually related to usage fees in the park.
Any comments from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next.
The next community services project in the room tax fund is Pine Nuts disc golf improvements. See, there's a disc golf fixture. The current golf course is located in Pine Nut Road, adjacent to the fairgrounds. The project continues the ongoing improvements and upgrading of the disc golf course. And again, this remains unfunded. The proposed projects would be totaling $410,000 in the next 5 years.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. This park is currently in existence,
Terry will be for the record. Yes, it is.
and is it well used?
Director Morgan, could you please respond to that?
Community Services Director for Douglas County. This is a feature or facility right in the Douglas County Fairgrounds facility. It opened last year officially, and it does get, I would say, intermediate use. It's probably the second most popular disc golf course in Douglas County, only behind the world-class facility up at Zephyr Cove Park that is nationally recognized as a disc golf course. This is meant to augment that. We find that disc golf courses are travel-to facilities. Many of the people that use the area just to play that course and then come down to the Carson Valley to play this as a secondary course. It's a work in progress. It is being constructed primarily with volunteers. The cost in your budget is mainly to buy materials, so those volunteers can install the benches, additional signage, additional enhancements to the course, and eventually we believe it will be a well-used facility and also recognized in the state as an excellent disc golf course.
Forgive me, but I'm a quality assurance guy. The non-committal, I want to look for a number here. Is it 100 people a year? Is it 5,000 people a year play this thing?
We at Scott Morgan Community Services, we probably last year saw an average of 100 people a week playing during good weather days, 50 people a week if the weather wasn't as good. We anticipate that number quadrupling this year with play based on weather.
Thank you very much. That's better numbers than some golf courses I know.
Any comments from the board? Ms. Willoughby, the next item.
Terry Willoughby for the record. The next project is the Zephyr Cove Tennis Court Repair and Shade Shelter. Again, not funded this year out of room tax. Courts are used heavily by the public. A shade shelter has been a need in the facility for several years. Again, they've identified this as a project they would only undertake if they have sufficient room tax revenue or fund balance. So $35,000 does not generate additional revenue, but there are no additional operating impacts. So the plan would be as additional funding becomes available, we would work with community services to fund these unfunded projects. They are listed in priority order, so that's the order we would fund them.
Just one quick question. Oh, sorry about that. When you say we don't have the money available, that's for the current budget. I mean, for the current revenue that comes in. But we have a lot of money that's still sitting in those from years past, correct?
That's fund working with the department to determine, at this time, they did not want to use their fund balance to fund these projects, but I will be working with them to develop a funding plan using that. They have some restrictions on how much they can use of that, but there will be some available.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear originally. Who did you say you're working with on this?
The department, the Community Services Department, because they are in charge of the Room Tax Fund and these capital projects. So that's how we worked through the funding of the 3 priority projects. They did not want to use their fund balance at this time, but they will determine what funding is available.
And that's their decision, or is that the board's decision?
Ultimately, it's the board's. Terry Willoughby, for the record, the funding we identified was looking at their current year surplus, funding supplementals next, and then what was left was applied to capital improvement projects. So at this point, we're not asking for a decision, it's just review the projects, but some of these projects may become funded before the final budget.
Any further questions, comments from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
Terry Willoughby, Chief Financial Officer. The next project is the Cultural and Performing Arts Center. This is unfunded. This would be from the Room Tax Fund. This has been identified as a need for Douglas County by the Douglas County Parks and Recreation Commission, and I believe it's also included in the master plan. There's no site identified for this yet. They would be doing a feasibility study first to determine where or if it could be constructed, and the estimated cost is $5 million.
Mr. Chairman, this looks a lot like an event center I've seen somewhere before. What would be the seating capacity of this? I mean, we were projecting $5 million, but how much per seat is that?
Director Morgan, could you please respond to that? It's not included in the scope of the...
Scott Morgan, Commissioner. The feasibility study really plan that out. $5 million is a dollar amount just to justify a program. We would be working very closely with the Arts Council for operation, maintenance, and development of such a facility. This facility could range wildly. It is based on the numbers of what they put, which I believe is a 300 to 500 per seat remodel of the Copeland Lumber Yard building on 395, but it could also include any other facility that they would identify. We believe the feasibility study would really pan that out, and we would not intend necessarily to use county funds to construct, remodel a cultural performing arts facility. We would like to work with our funding partners and grant resources to support that facility. And this was vetted out through multiple Park and Recreation Commission meetings and also one public hearing with the Senior Services DART Public Transportation Advisory Council to support this program.
So currently, it's a germ of an idea. It's at its inception, so to speak. There's been a lot of talk about event centers as to whether we'd have the right, we would have a draw for it. Now, I'm looking at this model here, and that looks pretty, it's medium-sized. But event centers across the country seem to not quite meet the expectations of those who proposed them. What's going to be the draw to bring class acts to Douglas County?
Scott Morgan, Community Services. I believe that this particular envisioned facility by the Arts Council is more of a locals facility. Dance recitals, community theater, run by a nonprofit organization, not necessarily supported by any type of tax structure or governmental entity other than a partner. And so understanding what I have gleaned from their presentations and their information is not an event center, not meant to bring in large acts, not meant to compete with the Corral over at the Carson Valley Inn, but to support localized dance, entertainment, culture, and arts.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair. So this doesn't require, you're not looking for any funding this year, next year, the following year. This is a long-range plan, and all you're looking for, I take it with this, is to give your department the green light to attempt to proceed with the feasibility of whether or not this would be a facility that would be welcome to the county, and that the anticipation would be that this facility, should it ever come to fruition, would exist on the valley floor versus the Tahoe Township. Is that correct?
Scott Morgan, Community Services. That is correct. We would absolutely consider this for the Carson Valley. That's where our main localized population is, and listen to the comments coming out of the master plan for support for the arts and culture. We believe that this facility puts it on the CIP and endorses the concepts expressed within the master plan, to put it on our radar, to say, yes, we recognize that. We haven't got the funding figured out, but we know for sure that this is not necessarily a facility that the county wants to operate and run, but we are prepared to support that effort by including it in our CIP plan.
Thank you.
So again, there's no funding even on the horizon. We want to let everyone know what's coming, whether it's funded or unfunded, so that the public and the board has an idea of potential projects that we might need financing for in the future.
Any further comments, questions? Ms. Willoughby, the next item.
Terry Willoughby, for the record. The next item is the future campground, which would be, they would be doing a feasibility study, which I believe was funded this year as a supplemental request. If it was determined feasible, they would proceed with the next page of the project. Again, this would be a family campground. Another campground in the county would enhance quality of life for residents and would also generate additional revenues. Expected cost is $2 million in fiscal year 23-24. And again, there would be additional operating expenses, but they would be offset by operating revenues.
Comments or questions from the board?
So once again, we're not looking at any funding this year. We're just looking at giving the green light to say this might be something that we should take a look at.
Ms. Willoughby, next item.
Terry Willoughby, for the record. The next item is the Kale connection to Round Hill Bike Path. See picture of that. It's a 2-mile trail located near Zephyr Cove construction, with construction occurring in fiscal year 23-24. Total cost of the project, $850,000 is projected.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Willoughby, is this the going to be connecting to the around the lake bicycle and pedestrian path that is being envisioned?
Director Morgan, can you please respond to that?
Scott Morgan, Community Services. The photo you see is actually the state line to state line bike path. The Round Hill Bike Path connection to Kale Park is a neighborhood path that ultimately does hook up with the state line to state line bike path where it terminates at Elk Point Road. So you've got to cross 395 to get to the state line bike path via Elk Point Road. So it does have connectability. There's currently a dirt footpath right now that goes from Kale Park to the Roundhill Bike Path.
Thank you.
But you're indicating that this project would only go forward if grant funding can be secured in order to financing. Is that correct?
Scott Morgan, Community Services, that is correct. All of our bike path projects at the lake are 100% dependent upon grant funding. Very little Douglas County dollars, room tax dollars, or other will go into these projects, but they are highly competitive in the grant pool. It's just a matter of this is particularly waiting on an easement on a piece of private property that has been the holdup for this particular project.
Any further questions, comments? The next item looks like a Marine Corps obstacle course. Ms. Willoughby?
Terry Willoughby for the record. This would be the Kale Park playground equipment. Kale Community Center has 2 playgrounds. One was upgraded during fiscal year 18-19, and the other playground will need to be updated as part of the county's continuing upgrade schedule of all playgrounds. The playground is next to the kids club at Kale and does get significant use. They are not requesting funding until fiscal year 25-26, and the total amount was $300,000.
Gardner?
I know I'm going to date myself when I make this comment, but I can remember the days when community service organizations were involved in building parks and recreation facilities within jurisdictions, both cities and counties. A classic point example is Rotary Parks and Lions Club Parks and JC Parks and what have you. And those entities would take on these responsibilities. Playground equipment doesn't come cheap these days, does it, folks? I'm looking at this and I'm going, my gosh, it's a very expensive enterprise, and there's so many aspects that have to go into play. Now it's almost impossible, and I shouldn't go there. So I was going to say it's almost impossible to hurt yourself here, but I don't want to encourage anybody to do that. So anyways, just an observation that equipment is not cheap these days.
Any other comments from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
The next project is the Kale Park Sports Turf. The turf will be installed at Kale Park, adjacent to the community center and state line. The project replaces existing grass with all-weather sports turf, reducing water consumption and utility costs. Oops. Sports turf will also allow for increased using of the facility throughout the year. Again, they would not begin any project until room tax funds are available or grant funds are secured. And they expect that this would result in additional public usage of the facility. Not asking for any funding until fiscal year 24-25, and it cost it $2 million.
Mr. Chairman? I find it interesting that putting the turf in will save, if this is the impetus for wanting to do this, $5,000 to $10,000 a year. If you bounce that against a $2 million figure, we're going to take 400 years to recover that.
That's why we provide the information for your consideration.
At least my observation here is at least we're getting into Commissioner Engel's favorite subject, water, or the lack thereof.
One thing I'd like to point out is that the Kale Park area where they're talking about installing this turf, we have soccer tournaments up there where people come from all over California, all the way down to San Diego and other points for the soccer tournaments. It's well used, and this turf will greatly increase the experience for those players.
Since we're talking about turf, of course, grass is just something that you can replenish by just sprinkling grass seed out there. What is the expected life? The expected life of the turf. So how often is this going to have to be replaced?
Director Morgan, can you please respond? I actually know this, but I don't remember at the time.
Scott Morgan, depending on the turf style, it has a between 10 and 20-year life. Sun and elements have a lot to do with it, but we are experienced up in the Tahoe Basin, approximately an average 15-year lifespan to sports turf. The college was the first to put it up there, and they have had successful use, and they're coming up on 10 years. But it does, and for more competitive play, like the Big George high school facility, they just replaced their turf after about 12 years on the high school facility. And the standards for a competitive contact sport like football at the high school level has a shorter shelf life. The recreational sports facilities, such as a soccer field, would have an average 15 to 20 year shelf life.
Any questions or comments from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
The next item is the Lake Tahoe Multi-Use Parkland Project. Project will be located on county-owned property at Highway 50 and Warrior Way, adjacent to the high school. Project will utilize land that is owned by the county and develop it in a way that will increase lake access for the public. Would begin with a feasibility study, and would be completed in cooperation with other lake agencies. And the justification is there's always a need for greater and easier public access to Lake Tahoe. The project would explore possible solutions to this problem and possibly create additional parking or walking paths. Again, no funding requested for this fiscal year. This is on the 5-year plan for the fiscal year 25-26. At a projection of total cost of $4 million. 3.6 is estimated to be able to be funded through grants, with the county's portion being $400,000 from room tax.
So as I understand it, Mr. Morgan, this once again is like asking us for a green light to pursue this, and without the grants, you won't be able to actually go forward with the funding of this. Is that correct?
This has been on the plan for a while. You may see a little progress coming forward. The Tahoe Transportation District is going to be coming before the board to ask for some air quality mitigation funds in order to match a grant to do a feasibility study to move their corporate yard to this facility in conjunction with the fire district at the lake for a maintenance facility. Our vision going through a very public process, if this were to go forward, was to add some parking, to get parking off Highway 50 at the Zephyr Cove Beach.
Mr. Morgan, I'm sorry, but we can't hear you. It's like you're whispering. I don't know whether or not it's on our end or yours.
I will try to speak up. Scott Morgan, Community Services. You may see this project come forward with a request by the Tahoe Transportation District to use air quality mitigation funds to perform this feasibility study in order to move their corporate yard into this property in conjunction with the fire district at the lake. Douglas County's interest is to provide public parking in order to remove public parking off Highway 50 and create a viable opportunity for people to park safely while accessing Zephyr Cove Beach.
I barely understood that, Mr. Chair. I don't know if what we need to do to correct this issue. Maybe we could take a couple of minute break. I need to use facilities anyways, and maybe we can correct that.
Can we do a test here? We just increased our mic volume. Does that make a difference?
No, we've got an audio degradation here in the chambers. Stand by, Mr. Morgan. You want to give us a count to 5, Mr. Morgan, so we can check the audio?
Scott Morgan, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Stand by, they're working on it, Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Chair, can we possibly take 10 and
We can do that. Would you be available if we take a 10-minute break, Mr. Morgan?
Scott Morgan, yes, absolutely. I am here for you all day.
We may need you there to check the audio, but everybody else but Mr. Morgan can take a 10-minute break.
So Scott and JT, when
Cool.
Okay, they said that's much better and they can hear you loud and clear. Just make sure that when you speak, what they have to do is they have to switch the audio from internal to Zoom. So give it about 5 seconds before you start speaking, just for that delay and lag. Because anytime you start by stating your name, they miss the first like 5-10 seconds.
Because the only way I come up is if I make a sound, and so it seemed awkward because then Terry has to, because I was waiting, but then it felt awkward. Somebody felt like they had to start, Scott, or you. So I am trying to wait, but if they know, I will speak. But I am trying to wait, but it's that awkward pause.
Even if you want to start with "Thank you, I'm here," and I'll start speaking, and then Scott Morgan for the record. At least it'll start the audio and it'll allow for that delay.
Perfect. I will start out with something arbitrary.
Yep.
Right.
Glad to be here. JT's here with, something silly like that. It is being recorded, so we do have it recorded, so don't get too silly.
Okay.
Hey, Natalie,
I think
I'm right after Scott. I just want to make sure that everybody can hear me.
Okay, I can hear you loud and clear. Yep, they can hear you as well.
Excellent. Okay, I'll mute. Thank you.
Okay, and then they're still on recess in the board chambers for their break, so hold tight. Back up. Are we going at 10:45?
Natalie, we can hear you very good here in chambers.
Perfect. And you can hear Scott?
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Excellent. It's coming in real well. Mr. Morgan, now when you speak, don't breathe because it might do something to the technology.
I haven't been doing it all morning.
All 5 commissioners are back. The audience is back. Ms. Willoughby, the next item.
Terry Wilby, for the record. The next project is Lampe Park restrooms, which would be, as it says, replacing the restroom facilities at Lampe Park. And no funding requested this fiscal year. $20,000 for design requested in 23-24, which would, of course, come back with that budget for that year. And then $1 million for construction in fiscal year 24-25.
I'm all for bathrooms, but $1 million, I thought that was a lot when I looked at it.
Scott, can you respond?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott Morgan, Community Services Director. These restrooms would be substantial. And just by a price comparison, we just put in restrooms at the North Kingsbury Trailhead, a 2-holer on each side, and we spent over $400,000 for that facility. Also factored into here is a realistic cost of what connection and water fees cost us per fixture, sink, toilets, drains. We think the $1 million is a pretty conservative estimate to have a significant restroom facility to support the events and functions.
I'm encouraged by the fact that the note says this project will not generate any additional revenue.
Any further comments from the board? Ms. Willoughby, I think we skipped one. The multi-use parkland project right before Lampe Park.
Yes, we're discussing that when the malfunction. This facility is a 14-acre parcel next to the old senior center right by Whitell High School. It is an item that will be coming up for additional discussion because the Tahoe Transportation District is requesting use of air quality mitigation funds to match a grant to prepare feasibility and apply for additional funding to develop this site as a corporate base for the transportation district. We also have another partner with the fire district in the basin who would like to put a maintenance facility on site. Douglas County's interest, which will be publicly vetted at great length, is to provide off-site parking off of Highway 50, to get those cars off Highway 50 at Zephyr Cove and provide a parking facility on this property. We think would be a great benefit to our community and our residents.
Any questions or comments from the board?
I have one, sir. At Zephyr Cove, we have a horrendous problem with people parking on the highway in areas that there's really not room for cars to park, and people getting out of their cars to get their paraphernalia that they're going to need for their day at the beach. And I'm amazed we haven't had numerous fatalities there. The long-range plan is for NDOT to put no parking signs the entire length of the highway between Skyland and the entrance to Zephyr Cove, and having new pedestrian walkways instead of climbing over the fences and doing what they're doing now. They will have designated pedestrian walkways, which will be much safer, as well as crosswalks to get across Highway 50. And this is a long-range plan and something that has been very necessary. And I'm sure that we will have the full cooperation of TTD, Tahoe Transportation District, as well as the TRPA to get this project taken care of.
I have one question. What is the planned number of parking spaces? Is that going to help alleviate the problem that Commissioner Rice described on Highway 50?
Yes, thank you, Board. Scott Morgan, Community Services Director. We are envisioning at least 300 parking stalls. Of course, there's a lot of work in environmental analysis, coverage calculations that has to go into this, but we would look at an entire project in order to get the adequate coverage necessary to make an impact with the parking to incorporate Zephyr Cove Park, which is a pre-compact park. For those that know some of the rules and regulations about TRPA, a pre-compact park does not have an IPE score or any type of coverage assessment. So we would incorporate an entire parking proposal utilizing Zephyr Cove Park and this parkland, the multi-use parkland, in order to, what we believe, get an adequate coverage calculation so that we can get at least 300 parking stalls on that property.
Thank you.
Mr. Morgan, where is this property exactly located? I know that going up towards George Whitell High School, we have the elementary school there, and then we have the middle school or secondary school that has been closed down, and then you venture on up all the way to George Whitell. Where is this piece of property located? Is that, you say it's existing county property? Is that the middle school, junior high school area, or is that some other piece of property?
Thank you. This is Scott Morgan, Community Services. This property is directly adjacent to the Zephyr Cove Elementary School, and the back of the property is George Whitell High School, the football field. It has Highway 50 frontage, and it's 14 acres, and it's also right next to the old Senior Center facility, which is operated by the Tahoe Douglas Senior Citizens Club.
Thank you.
I don't know. I'm always of the persuasion to leave it less accessible to the lake. The poor lake is getting loved to death. but that's just one person's opinion. Any further questions or comments from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
Terry Willoughby. The next item is the Pony Express Trail. This trail is located on the Kingsbury Grade Toll Road and State Line. This would be a grant-funded project that will implement Phase 1 and construction on the upper portion of the Kingsbury Grade Toll Road. Project has national historic significance and will most likely cost over $100 million to complete. Planning and construction and funding will be handled with the assistance of several other agencies. And again, the design would not be completed until additional room tax funds are available, not proceed with construction until grant funding has been received or secured.
Ms. Willoughby, real quick, the total cost of the project again?
The department is noting under the scope that it would be cost over $100 million to complete. The total cost for the next, over the next 5-year period would be just over $30 million. That would be design in fiscal year 23-24, and the first phase of construction would occur in fiscal year 25-26, and the funding would be primarily from grants, and with a small portion which is unfunded but would be expected to be in the room tax fund.
Ms. Willoughby, I'm going to assume that this is a misprint, but I don't think we need a troll road. Not too many trolls that, well, maybe there are.
Terry Willoughby, I have noticed some typos throughout, so we'll work with the departments. The departments submit these, and then we will make sure that they're corrected.
I think we should stick with trolls.
Well, I think I'd rather have trolls than bandits on this road.
All right, any further comments or observations from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
The next item in the room tax fund would be the Rancho's Aspen Park splash pad. You can see a picture. It would be located at the southeast corner of Rancho's Aspen Park near the existing dirt parking lot on Lyle Way. This would add a splash pad to Rancho's Aspen Park with the construction of zero-depth water area using water recycling technology, similar to the Minden Park. Gardner, and the justification is that the Rancho's community has expressed a desire for an interactive water park that is within walking distance of their community, similar to the existing facility at Minden Park. Again, no funding requested for the next fiscal year, but design would be requested in fiscal year 24-25, and construction of $950,000 would begin in fiscal year 25-26.
I think this project should be moved up in priority from where it's at, and even on the timing also.
We will communicate that to the Community Services Department and the
Mr. Chair, so I concur, Mr. Tarkanian. You know, we often hear of, you know, this is one of our largest population centers in the county, and I have witnessed the activity that occurs at Minden Park in this splash pad that we have there. I think we're looking at an additional one in Minden at another park, and I think we should try to accommodate our residents in the ranchos as well, and provide this opportunity. So I would agree with Mr. Tarkanian. If we can move this up in priorities, I would be in favor of doing that.
Any further questions or comments from the board? Ms. Willoughby, the next item.
Terry Willoughby for the record. The next item is the River Parks project. Various locations along the Carson River throughout Douglas County, including Willow Bend, which is in Genoa, River Bend, Waterloo, and Highway 756, and Rocky Bend at Power Dam. It would project anticipates the development of 1, 2, or 3 of the county's river parks. Amenities would include handicap access to the river, restrooms, pathways, and picnic facilities. The improvements, of course, would be phased, and it would also include the purchase of property in Genoa adjacent to the county-owned existing property of Willow Bend. Total project cost, you can see there's 3 parks proposed, $300,000. The property purchase would be occurring in fiscal year 22-23, with the construction of each park occurring Willow Bend in 23-24, River Bend 24-25, and Rocky Bend in fiscal year 25-26.
Is Mr. Morgan still available? Mr. Morgan?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Wouldn't the Sub-Conservancy get involved with this?
Scott Morgan, Community Services Director. Yes, there are a number of funding partners, including there is funding allocated. We're not quite sure which year, with the reauthorization of state ballot question number 1 funding. Dedicated funds for the Carson River were put in that, with the River Park program being a priority. We just do not know when that funding source is going to be bonded and made available to us for a grant opportunity.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board?
I did want to note here that we're expecting additional revenue should these facilities go forward too, right?
Terry Willoughby for
Thank
the
you.
record. Yeah, operating impacts are estimated to be $50,000 to $100,000 in expenses, but additional revenues would more than cover. We should cover that. The estimated revenues for the facility from usage fees would be approximately $50,000 per year.
Any further comments or questions from the board? Ms. Willoughby, the next item.
The next item is the Runestraw Trail Design Project. This would be located between Runestraw and the southern end of Gardnerville, and would construct a trail that connects the two. And again, this is projected to be grant funded. This has been a priority identified by the Parks and Recreations Commission. Total estimated cost is a little over $10 million, with the majority of that coming from grant funding in future years. And again, no funding requested for next fiscal year.
Ms. Willoughby, or maybe Scott has an answer to this. This trail design and trail, would that be strictly pedestrian, or would it allow horseback riding as well on this trail? Or is it going to be restricted at all?
Thank you. Scott Morgan, Community Services. Right now, the plan would be multimodal, and bikes, pedestrian, and equestrian could certainly be added to this. Since it is in Runestraw, we think it would make a lot of sense to also have another connection to BLM, and with connectivity to BLM, equestrian use would be highly desired.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
Terry Willoughby, the next item is the state line to state line bike path, which would be located at several different lakefront locations at Lake Tahoe, including Round Hill, Zephyr Cove, and the Edgewood Golf Course. Allows for future phases of the state line to state line bikeway, including from Round Hill to Zephyr Cove and through Edgewood Golf Course. It's a partnership project with Tahoe Transportation District. And total cost is, for planning and design, is expected to be $20 million, requested in fiscal year 24-25. And this would, again, be a grant project that would not be undertaken unless a grant was received.
I have 2 questions. How many miles of bike path would this be? And I thought that LTVA and some of the entities up at the lake were using funds that they get for doing the bike path. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. I can take this. This dollar amount in the year on that is just to keep this project on our CIP. You are correct, Mr. Chairman, that this is no Douglas County dollars go into this. We just use this as a lever to try to position Douglas County for future phases of the bike path. The next phase that is being designed right now is to Highway 50. Is currently under design, has received PELT money, Tiger money, scenic highways money. Most of these are coming from federal sources. They've been very successful in collecting revenue to construct this really expensive bike path. We are just trying to lobby for the next phase after that, which we've identified as the casino core in front of Edgewood Golf Course, to create a more viable link or use to get people from the casino core to Kale Drive or Laurel Drive to hook up with the Rabe Meadow bike path. And then we are pushing hard to start the alignment and analysis from Round Hill Pines Beach over to Zephyr Cove.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that eventually there will be roughly 79 miles worth of bike path circumnavigating the lake.
I have heard this is the most expensive bike path in the world.
It's the most beautiful bike path in the world.
Still the most expensive.
Well, I guess. So, but I don't know that Mr. Engel's question was answered here in regards to this 20 million. How many miles does that cover?
Thank you for the question. Scott Morgan, Community Services. It depends on the section. We have built bike path, and the Sand Harbor was certainly the most expensive segment to date, where I believe they spent $12 million a mile, and that some of that stuff was cantilevering over the lake. So if we are able to get the Edgewood piece funded, they would probably estimate just buying easement and moving fence and one bridge crossing. We would probably be looking at about $7 to $8 million per mile. That would be an expensive piece. There are pieces along the bike path that would be much less expensive.
This is more expensive than building Moeller. Just an observation here, but you know, and not allowing any automobile traffic. So pretty expensive.
Any further comments or questions from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
The next project is again using room tax funding projected. It's the Zephyr Cove Park playground equipment. Zephyr Cove Park is located on Warrior Way, just off of Highway 50, adjacent to the elementary school in Glenbrook, Nevada. The project will expand the existing playground equipment at Zephyr Cove Park. And again, they would not undertake this until sufficient funding is available. And the total cost is projected to be $300,000 in fiscal year 23-24.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
Terry Willoughby for the record. The next project would be community services using the residential construction tax. That's what the developers pay for park development. This would be the Herbig Park project, Herbig Park Dog Park. It's the land that surrounds the Douglas County Community and Senior Center. This project would construct a dog park and complete a one-stall restroom at the park. And the justification is a lack of dog parks in the county, and this facility would fill a need for a dog park in the central portion of the county. Again, total cost would be projected for fiscal year 25-26 for dog park fencing and restroom of $1 million. I'd also like to point out there are additional operating impacts of increased water expenses in between $10,000 to $20,000 per year.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
Terry Willoughby, the next item is Johnson Lane Park Storage Shed. The Johnson Park is located on Stephanie Way, across the street from the elementary school there. It would include the purchase and installation of a storage shed at Johnson Lane Park, which is used to store vehicles and equipment used to maintain the park. Again, this would use residential construction tax funding. This is funded in fiscal year 21-22, and if it's approved, will be included in the final budget of the residential construction tax fund. It's $200,000.
So, Ms. Willoughby, as I understand these funds for these types of projects, the developers pay $1,000 per new home that they construct, and this is where these funds are then have to be expended. Is that correct?
Terry Willoughby, for the record, that's correct. I'm not sure about the amount that each developer pays, but it is restricted for use for park development.
Mr. Chairman, in reading the justification here, there's a note made that this would remove the requirement to transport equipment and vehicles to the place where there is not a shed, okay? But that sort of implies that we're going to fill that shed with the necessary equipment and vehicles, which would also be in addition to the budget.
Terry Willoughby, for the record, that's not my understanding. My understanding is that they have existing equipment that they have to transport to the park. They would just merely move the equipment from where it is now to this new storage facility.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
The next project is the ADA, or American Disabilities Act playground equipment. This is, again, we're using the residential construction tax funds, and it's not scheduled for funding for 25-26. The equipment would be installed at a yet-to-be-determined existing county park facility. The scope would create ADA accessible playground equipment at an existing facility, and it would be incorporated as part of an existing playground upgrade project. And it has been identified as a need within the county. And again, funding not requested until fiscal year 25-26.
Would this be funded also by that $1,000 per, okay? So just looking at this particular one, you knock off the 3 zeros on here, that says we're going to build another 350 homes for this park. I don't know that that fits within the master plan.
There are several, this fund has not been utilized greatly in the past, so there is existing fund balance that will carry forward, but we would, of course, do projections on the revenue at the point when this comes through to the budget.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
Terry Willoughby, the next project is also using the residential construction tax, which is paid by developers. This is the Carson Valley Pickleball Complex project. would be, potential locations would include Lampe Park or Herbig Park. It's not determined where the actual location will be. It consists of design and construction of a pickleball complex. Courts would be designed for pickleball only, not for tennis or basketball. The justification is that the sport of pickleball is increasing substantially in popularity, and the only locations available to play at are Lampe Park tennis courts or inside the Douglas County Community and Senior Center. Both of them have scheduling conflicts and challenges. Again, this is not requested until fiscal year 23-24 with planning and design. Fiscal year 24-25 construction would occur.
Mr. Cates and I are very familiar with the enthusiasm of pickleball enthusiasts during the COVID thing, receiving numerous complaints that they wanted to be able to play pickleball. Any other comments from the commissioners?
I wasn't sure where you were going with that. I thought it was going to be way too much information regarding you and Mr. Cates playing pickleball, so.
No, we just received a copious number of complaints, so we know they're out there. Any other comments or questions from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
The next project is the Herbig Park Beautification, Walking Path, and Lighting Project. Again, residential construction tax will be used. It's located on the land that surrounds the Douglas County Community and Senior Center. It would provide signage, beautification, and increased usage of Herbig Park by adding landscaping, a walking path, and lighting throughout. The beautification and path is funded in fiscal year 21-22 as part of the residential construction tax budget. There's sufficient funding. And the pathway lighting project would be requested during fiscal year 23-24.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
Terry Willoughby, the next item is actually room tax funds, and it would be the skate park project. Would involve the purchase and installation of fencing and a gate which would surround the skate park facility across from Lampe Park. Fiscal year 23-24 installation funding of $40,000. And again, residential construction tax.
So what I'm seeing here is we don't have a, it says here fencing would provide users or prevent users from the skate park. But it looks like there's in the picture, there's already a fence around there. Am I missing something here?
It's photoshopped.
Okay, stupid me. They did a good job.
Ms. Willoughby, next item.
That completes Community Services Capital Improvement Program requests, and we will move on to the library. Both of these projects are unfunded, and it would require an additional transfer from the general fund to fund these projects. The first item is the Minden Library flooring project. The carpet in the library, I believe, is 25 years old and has not been replaced. You can see there's several pictures of the condition of it. The location would be the Minden Library, including reading and study areas, storytime room, meeting rooms, and offices. Probably the new flooring would be expected to last at least 20 years. And the project will replace carpeting that is approximately 21 years old. Since the carpeting was installed in 2000, the project has had more than 2.2 million visits, and some areas cannot be cleaned for the department due to the carpet's poor condition. The request is for this current fiscal year, and their estimated cost is $120,000.
So I guess my question is, the library currently gets, what was it, 1.2 million out of PALS, somewhere in that neighborhood? And then they're requesting another $750,000 in supplemental funding from the general fund. And now they're asking for an additional $100,000 on this item and another 120 on this item, and then another 100 on another item. So those numbers really concern me.
Any further comments from the board? Ms. Willoughby, the next item.
Terry Willoughby, the next item is Minden Library shelving replacement. See some pictures of the shelving. This would be in the adult and reference areas on the main level of the on the upper level. Project will replace 49 ranges of wooden shelving in the Minden Library in the adult and reference areas. The new shelving will last at least 50 years. The current shelving is 20 to 50 years old, and some shelves have collapsed or needed repair. Shelving is also difficult for patrons to use because of shelf height. New shelving would be steel, which has a much longer lifespan than wood. Again, the projected cost for materials and installation is $100,000, which remains unfunded.
Any questions or comments from the board? Ms. Willoughby, the next item.
The next project is under the jurisdiction of Public Works Facilities. This is the Douglas County Airport Records Facility. You can see there's a picture of our current records management facility. And the justification when the 2001 addition to the records management warehouse was built, the fire sprinkler system requirement was waived based on installation of a 2-hour rated firewall. Although the building is equipped with smoke detectors, fire alarm, and the firewall, there is specific concern about the furnace located directly above the paper contents, many of which are considered permanent records that may not be able to be restored in the event of a fire. It's believed that there's not sufficient water main to support a sprinkler system, so we're requesting that a clean agent system be considered. And again, the records facility is out on Airport Road. I'm looking for funding that would provide a design that will address the lack of fire suppression of 2 and 3 wings of our record storage facility.
I just had a question with regards to the funding. So this one, it's the ad valorem tax, capital projects tax, or fund. And does that mean it's already been allocated towards that? So it's not something different from what we need to add? And the other ones where they say unfunded means that would be in addition to what's already been proposed?
Terry Willoughby for the record. That means I have identified funding sources. The ad valorem capital project fund is property tax we get specifically for doing capital projects, and I'm actually going to talk about the funding, the restrictions on it. It doesn't have a specific department that is in charge of, that takes ownership of that fund, so sometimes we don't program projects into it as much as we could, but this specific project relates to public facilities and is an excellent use of that funds, so we have identified that.
Mr. Chairman, as a suggestion, computer rooms use a system called Halon that does not destroy the contents. It's basically a gas that just eats up the oxygen and suppresses the fire.
Terry Willoughby for the record. The one wing does have it's noted here, I didn't really know what that was, but thank you. The one wing has a Halon type system already installed and working, so they are looking at that for the rest of this project, and that will be identified through this project.
Thank you.
I'd like to segue on what our chair had to say about the records a little earlier. The prior board was able to have a tour of this building, and we saw some of the records that go back as long as this county has been in its existence. And I think that equipping the other rooms, which I believe are I don't want to say hermetically sealed, but they take care of the amount of moisture in the air and all of that, as well as air conditioning. And the halogen system in the other wings would be a much needed and welcomed addition.
So, the question here, by the title itself, we're not referring to, we're referring to location versus the records that are actually being stored there. Is that correct? It's just the airport is in reference to the location.
Terry Willoughby for correct. That's correct. We'll make that correction in the final version.
Just to reiterate what Commissioner Rice said, the importance of these historical documents is just, it's our history and everything in the county. We have to do everything we can to protect them, not only from fires, but also from the moisture and humidity. It's just amazing to see what was transcribed back in that era. You know, one of the other things too is possibly if it can be co-located with the JLEC building, to have some kind of glass cases or something, so some of those old records could be open and people can just look at it rather than touching it. They're that amazing.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, segue off that, have we taken any effort to photograph these documents so that the contents are at least preserved?
The volume is tremendous. You know, going back to day one in the county, just preserving what we do have and making some available for the public to walk by and look at. You know, you don't want to touch this paper because we have acid in our hands, and but an enclosed glass case or something of that nature, so that kids could walk in there and see them and see how things were transcribed back then. You know, today we've lost all that, but it is magnificent work that records had done in the past. Everything's computerized today, and it's kind of boring. But these things they're worth seeing. It was quite a day when we went out there, and I agree with Mr. Rice. It was stunning. Thank you.
Just to segue onto what Mr. Novich had asked, and I was going to basically ask the same question, but we are currently keeping records of our documents electronically currently, if I'm not mistaken, right? How far back do you suppose we go back currently in electronic copies of our documents? Would that be 2010, 2000, or even later? I wonder about that.
It's probably more than that, but these documents over there in records, I mean, they go back to the 1800s, and you know, they were done with a pen, and it's just it's just beautifully done. Not only is it a record of what the county did or these individuals did, it could be marriage licenses, whatever, property stuff, and but just to look at how meticulous the work was and the beautiful script that it was done in. You just don't have that today. It's just all digitized and comes out of the computer. So it has great historical value. And for the younger generations to be able to see how this was done is important, because they don't see things like this anymore.
Just to support my point of view, if you try to do a deed search, going back to the beginning of whoever owned that land back when, it's always good to it's going to cost us some money to take photos of those documents, and we can preserve the art of it also. So that's what I have to say about that.
Well, it was my observation when we had that visit that these folks in records, they are very skilled at going right to what you would need if it's back in the 1800s before everything was digitized or put on a microfilm. I don't know, they may have it on microfilm. But all I know is they have these ledger books and I was impressed. I'd never seen anything like it. I'm sure that other counties have the same thing. But this is real important for preservation. And we need to provide for that because we have extremes in temperature here. There's not much humidity, which is a benefit. But all of these things are very delicate and they can be lost in nature. But in 2,000 years, somebody may want to look at them, see what's going on. Thank you.
Terry Willoughby, for the record, I'm sure Ms. Ellison, our county recorder, would be happy to do a presentation to the board. But I will gather some of this information for the next meeting.
That's a trip well worth taking. All right, next item, Ms. Willoughby.
The next projects are Public Works sewer utilities, and I'm sure Mr. Ricker is on the phone if there's questions. The first project for sewer is a Foothill Sewer Force Main repair. Scope is the Wally's Force Main and Clubhouse Force Main have been in service since 2006. Project will inspect the force mains and repair air release valves as needed. There's a map of where it's located. And again, it's a preventative maintenance project, but it includes enhance the reliability of the critical force mains that convey raw sewage from the West Valley area to the North Valley wastewater treatment plant for treatment. And is aligned with the county strategic plan objective to provide for the maintenance and infrastructure necessary to meet current and future service levels. Total cost of $360,000 with $150,000, which will be included in this fiscal year's budget. There's funding available in the capital reserves.
Mr. Richter, and maybe Ms. Willoughby can answer this question. Does the line currently exist for the transport between Genoa and the North wastewater treatment system? Is that line currently in existence?
Phil, are you still on the call? Could you respond to that?
I'm sorry, can you hear me? I'm on the line. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, Mr. Richter, we can.
Okay. All right. So Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. The force main line that leads from the Genoa Lakes area, from the clubhouse in the Wally's area on that side of the valley, has been in place since around 2006 and service. This is preventive maintenance on that line. as part of a capital project to ensure that it is, 16 years later or 26 years later, that it's still in good shape. So it's really a capital project to do the assessment on that force main and do any rehabilitation required.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
Terry Willoughby, the next item is sewer lift station rehabilitation and replacement. Identified sewer lift stations will be rehabilitated or replaced to restore the lift station's structural and functional integrity to as-new condition. And there are approximately 14 sewer lift stations located throughout the Douglas County Sewer Service area in the Carson Valley. This project will improve the structural and functional integrity of the sewer lift stations and reduce the risk of catastrophic failures. You can see that it'll be over multiple years. The first year is fiscal year $225,000, and that there is funding available for that. And if the project is approved, it will be included in the fiscal year 21-22 budget. So they're projecting spending almost 1.3 million over 5 years, and all from capital reserves. So funding has been identified. And again, they are expecting reduced annual maintenance costs by performing this project.
Any questions? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
Next project is sewer manhole rehabilitation. Again, this is preventative maintenance, which allows the county to extend the life of the existing infrastructure and again, reduce the risk of catastrophic failures. Identified manholes will be cleaned and rehabilitated using structural coating, polymer concrete liners, and other products that are not susceptible to acid attack, and will restore the manholes to as-new condition. And again, there's various locations. Total cost of $980,000 over 5 years. The first initial year of $100,000. There is funding that's been identified through these sewer fund capital reserves, and no operating impacts for this project.
Any questions? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
Next project is the effluent storage pond slope repair. Repair erosion damage to earthen embankment, the outside slope, to protect the earthen embankment. This is located at the North Valley Wastewater Treatment Facility. Project will protect the earthen embankment and extend the life of the existing wastewater infrastructure. It will again extend the life and prevent catastrophic failures. Total cost is $260,000, with $100,000 being identified this fiscal year coming up, and funding has been identified. And it will reduce maintenance costs for the slope maintenance.
Ms. Willoughby, I don't know if you can answer this. It's my understanding that when the wind blows, it causes cavitation out there that creates that problem with the erosion. Did they discuss that at all?
I will direct that question to Mr. Ritker.
Philip Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. Commissioner Engels, it has been addressed to a project that was funded, I believe, almost 2 years ago now. We're in our second season, was to install baffle curtains. So there actually are sort of floating baffles across the pond in strategic locations that break up the wave action and reduce the impact of waves to the wall infrastructure. And so that is in place at this point. This is the funding right now that we're asking for, that we're working on right now is to continue to stabilize some of the additional slopes and walls that were not done during the initial project, just due to funding at that point in time.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
The next project is the Saratoga Street Sewer Main. The scope is approximately 2,700 feet of gravity sewer main, and 37 laterals will be constructed on Saratoga Street from Vicky Lane to the development boundary for the Armel Parkhaven project, approximately 2,700 feet east of Vicky Lane. The county entered into a development and settlement agreement with Armel Properties for participation in a gravity sewer main on Saratoga Street. The county agreed to reimburse the developer $125,000 towards construction of the main and to pay the cost of off-site sewer laterals for future connection to the sewer main. And this will again allow for future connections to the parcels along Saratoga Street to the municipal sewer system. Total cost $225,000 in the next fiscal year. Funding has been identified in the capital reserves of the sewer fund.
Mr. Rudiger, are you still there? What would kind of sort of be the cost of a residential hookup to the system?
So from the county's perspective, the sewer connection fees are set by resolution, and I believe if for a Seneca sewer connection, it's around $6,000. I'd have to look up the resolution specifically on that, but order of magnitude is $5,000 to $6,000 for the sewer connection.
Thank you.
And Terry Willoughby, for the record, I also want to note the department has communicated that construction of this main will allow the existing parcels along the sewer main alignment to connect to the municipal sewer system, which is going to generate additional revenue from connection charges and then again monthly user fees as they connect to the sewer utility.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Willoughby, the next item.
Next project is the Barling lift station replacement. We'll replace the lift station with a more reliable lift station to ensure continued wastewater service in the Minden Tahoe Airport service area. Existing structures will be replaced and or rehabilitated, and the vacuum primed pumps will be replaced. And it is located at the southeast corner of Airport Road and Barling. Total cost, nothing for the next fiscal year requested, $600,000 for pre-construction and construction in fiscal year 22-23, and they have identified capital reserves that should be available for that. And it will reduce maintenance costs and improve reliability.
Ms. Willoughby, the board has been presented with a lot of sewage things lately. Okay. Any comments from the board besides me?
It stinks.
I think you've said enough about it, Mr. Chair. I don't think we're done yet either, are we?
Ms. Willoughby has another sewage item. So, Ms. Willoughby?
This is the North Valley wastewater treatment plant influent lift station replacement. And that lift station collects and pumps all sewer flows into the treatment plant for treatment and will be rehabilitated and replaced to restore the lift station structural and functional integrity to as new condition and to provide for future flow capacity. And again, that's the North Valley wastewater treatment facility located on Hayborn Road. No funding requested until fiscal year 23-24, a total of $950,000, which has been identified as a use of the sewer fund capital reserves. It will improve reliability of this structure.
Well, I would say that reliability is absolutely critical in this area. But this was not included as, I know we're still in the process of expansion of that facility, and this was not included in that expansion. Is that what I'm understanding?
It looks like they're planning for the future and so it looks like something that will perhaps need to happen in the future. That's why it's identified in fiscal year 23-24.
Any further questions? Ms. Willoughby, the next item.
Okay, those complete the sewer projects. Now we're on to the water utility. The first project is Cave Rock Water System Improvements, which you've heard quite a bit recently. Project is going to replace undersized and deteriorated water lines. Project will improve system reliability and bring the system closer to compliance with fire supply requirements. Fiscal year 21-22, $13 million is expected for pre-construction and construction. We have already identified funding sources for this. The SRF loan, which has already been approved by the board, will be used for the majority of this. There's also a U.S. Forest Service grant that's already been received and committed to for $500,000. And then they'll expect it to be $250,000 from principal forgiveness due to the scope of the project for forgiveness of the SRF loan principal forgiveness, which is part of that program.
Just quickly, what's SRF for the newbies here?
Sorry, Terry Willoughby, for the record, State Revolving Fund Loan.
So when we approved a recent expenditure in that area, in this area, in a board meeting just a couple weeks ago, and this is just continuing on those phasing processes, is that correct? And so we actually need to put this in the budget so that when it comes before us again, it'll already be funded. Is that right?
Terry Willoughby, for the grant, that's exactly correct. So it's just continuing on the existing project that you've already approved.
Any further questions? Ms. Willoughby, the next item.
Terry Willoughby, for the record, the next project is the Zephyr Water Utility, or ZWOOD system improvements. Project incorporates the most critical and recommended projects from the preliminary engineering report to address the system deficiencies and code compliance. Project will improve system reliability and bring the system closer to compliance with fire supply requirements. Total cost is $555,000, with $80,000 allocated for the first year for fiscal year 21-22. And this is one of the more critical water projects.
This is just a continuation of a program that we did one phase of this just this last meeting, did we not? I think.
Phil, Mr. Ricker, can you please comment on that?
Philip Ricker, Director of Public Works, for the record. The funding that you approved earlier this week was related to Cave Rock, the Cave Rock Waterline project. The Zeewood project, I don't believe that it has come forward yet.
I think what Commissioner Gardner is referring to is the private work that was brought before us the first day of our meetings here, where we talked about having to, the residents were paying half of it, we're paying half. Is that correct? That would be this project.
No, I think.
Phil Richter. So Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. No, those two are, that's an unrelated project. That is the Pittman Terrace project, which is a dry fire line that was required by the Tahoe Douglas Fire District for development in that area, and is outside of the Douglas County utility area. We do not provide and have no water or sewer infrastructure in that area.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Richter. The maps look very similar to what we saw in the Cave Rock thing, and that's what confused me. But now that I look at it, I realize this is a separate, totally separate project. So, thank you for the clarification.
Basically, just for general knowledge, there was 3 systems up at the lake that had been taken over by the county some years ago and neglected. And it got to a point where Cave Rock literally had to sue the county to get us off the dime. And we're working on the other ones as well. So that's how this all evolved. And it's like it's all hitting all at once, but it's just because it passed neglect. And that's what happened. Any further questions? We're doing pretty good, and if everybody is so inclined, we can break for lunch a little bit early and be back here at 1. Is that amiable to everybody?
Terry, there's not a whole lot left to go through, so we're pretty much at the end of the projects. If you wanted to finish up and then be done.
Well, we could just keep jamming through it, or take a break for lunch. What is everybody's persuasion?
Continue to go? Sorry? You want to continue to go to finish it up before lunch?
We have that many more.
Take a 10-minute break, come back, and then just keep going?
It's okay with me.
Ms. Willoughby, is this notebook here today? Is this what our plan is to finish off this particular notebook today? And are we going to have an additional notebook coming forward, or is this it?
Terry will be for the record. This is it. These are all the capital improvement projects. There's a page for each project, but we're at the water projects, which should be the end. If you wanted to take a short break, I think we could get through pretty quickly.
I'll get through pretty quickly to the end of the book. Thank you.
Mr. Whitaker, is that okay with you?
Bill Richter, for the record, yes, that's fine with me.
All right. What we'll do is we'll take a 10-minute break, get back here at about 12 o'clock, and then just keep going through and get her done and go from there. So thank you. All right, are we recording the meeting? All five commissioners are back, and we'll commence with the remainder of the capital items, and Ms. Willoughby, you have the floor.
Thank you. The next project is the Eagle Ridge Booster Pump Station. Project's going to replace obsolete and failing pumps and assess and upgrade the electrical system to support the new pumps and motors that are sized to meet projected demands in that zone. Again, it will provide system reliability and capacity for new service connections in the pressure zone, and it's located in the West Valley area at Eagle Ridge Drive. Fiscal year 21-22, is that correct? Oops, where am I going? Here we go.
Is Mr. Richter still with us?
Fiscal year 21-22, $200,000.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Richter. I hope you maybe grabbed a snack while we were gone as well. But this Eagle Ridge, it looks by the looks of these pumps and the water that's on the ground, it looks like they're failing and having leakage problems. This Eagle Ridge Drive, that's off of Jacks Valley Road in the Genoa area, is that correct?
Philip Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. Yes, Commissioner, you are correct. It is the Eagle Ridge development that it originally went in at around 2003, 2004 timeframe, right before the downturn in the economy. And this is the lift station. These are or not lift station, but the booster pumps that take water from our lower tanks and lower sections up to the Eagle Ridge tank, and then provide service back down to the residents in that area. And you are correct. Those pumps are starting to fail.
Do we have any further questions from the board? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
The next item is the West Valley or Genoa water line. This will provide a looped water line in the vicinity of downtown Genoa to expand fire protection in the town of Genoa and improve system hydraulic performance. Location is Poplar Street and Main Street in Genoa. $500,000 total. Funding is available in fiscal year 21-22. If the project's approved, it will be included in the final budget.
Mr. Ritker, I have a question. Will this accommodate some people who are perhaps on domestic wells to come off those wells, or are they already hooked up to the system?
Philip Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. This would accommodate future connection to residents along the Genoa Street on the backside of the town there, and then down across Poplar Street as well. The way this water line is going in. The primary reason for this, or the principal driver in this expansion, or this project, is to connect essentially the what's called the Sheridan, the Sierra Shadows tank, which is the tank that is currently fed by the Wally's well on the south end of Genoa, and connect that tank in a more efficient and usable way with the rest of the water line that goes up Jacks Valley Road into the Eagle Ridge and into the Montana area, the Genoa Lakes area, and essentially complete our loop that will allow us to effectively move water and adjust water demands around that entire around the valley, from the east side of the valley through Jacks Valley and back down into the Genoa area and around. The existing water line, there's a what's called the Genoa bottleneck. It's the existing water line through downtown Genoa, next down in a certain location, historic location, down to around a 4-inch pipe from a 12-inch main, and it prevents us from being able to make full utilization of the Wally's well. The Wally's well is actually has got a fairly high capacity production, but it's limited in its reach because of that bottleneck. This will eliminate that.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
I was just going to suggest that maybe Genoa have like a candy festival to help pay for this.
That's a good idea. They could have a couple of them. Any other questions or comments from the board? Ms. Willoughby?
Next project is the Mountain View tank rehabilitation. It will be rehabilitated, relined to address leaking and poor condition of the interior tank coating. This is located in the East Valley area at 1800 Stephanie Way. Again, it's going to improve system reliability by rehabilitating and relining the water tank to improve its, so that will extend the asset's service life. So that is a capital improvement. Total cost is $125,000. And funding is available in the capital reserves of the water utility in fiscal year 21-22.
Any questions or comments? The next item?
Next item is telemetry system upgrades. We'll implement upgrades to various sites in the county telemetry system in accordance with the SCADA master plan and include replacement of outdated PLCs, radios, and appurtenances. It's going to eliminate obsolete equipment and improve system reliability. The typical lifespan of this system is 5 to 15 years old. Some of the equipment that's being replaced is over 20 years old. The SCADA system does report the condition and back to the water utility at each location. The amount requested is $50,000 annually, and that would come from capital reserves.
Any questions or comments? Ms. Willoughby?
I just had a quick comment, Mr. Chair. I know that Mr. Brady came to our meeting on Monday morning and talked about planning in relationship to the county strategic plan, and so I'm glad to see that our staff is relating these projects back to that strategic plan. So I appreciate that from the staff. Thank you.
Ms. Willoughby, the next item?
Next item is a James Canyon water line upgrade. You can see that's a map of where it's located. Clear Creek will design and construct the project to upgrade approximately 1,750 linear feet of 6-inch water line between the James Canyon booster pump station and the upper James Canyon water tank. You can see these are, here's the booster pump station, and then the water tank is up there. And then located in the West Valley area, James Canyon Loop. The project is going to reduce operating expenses, enhance the operability of the water system, and provide additional capacity.
Can I ask you, and again, being new to this, why the K-Rock is being paid through by the homeowners, paying back the state fund, and this one would be out of capital reserves funds?
I think, Terry Willoughby, for the record, I think what you're asking about is why there's a special assessment at Tahoe. It's because when the county water utility took over those, and we did the rate study about 2 years ago, there was such great capital needs up at the lake that there was an additional assessment on all the lake water systems. And I'm sure Mr. Ricker can provide more details for that. So it was to increase the equity between valley and lake water users, even though we're all one system.
Mr. Chairman, if if I may just add a comment. A lot of those water utilities, particularly up at the lake, were private utilities previously, and they'd fallen into a state of disrepair, and that's why the county was forced to take them over. And so that's why there was a special assessment up there.
What this is, it's like the Three Musketeers, one for all and all for one. And so it's all been combined into an overall rate plan with the county so that everybody gets to share in the fun. And it's a pretty equitable rate, and K-Rock was paying an exorbitant rate for their water. And so their rates went down. And I don't know about the other systems, but it's probably kind of the same thing. That's kind of how it evolved. Any further questions? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
Next project is the airport tank and fire drivers. Again, this is going to remove obsolete fire pumps and the 300,000 gallon airport water tank that's located at the airport, still a county. It's under the county water system, but it's located at the airport. The fire tanks and water tank are remnants from the original airport water system, and after construction of the Johnson Lane water tanks are no longer needed. They're going to remove those facilities and eliminate a potential source of stagnant water that could impact the water system. It's located at the southeast corner of Hayborn Road and Firebrand Drive. Total cost is $100,000 for fiscal year 21-22. Again, funding has been identified through their capital reserves.
So this is basically a demolition of a system versus a renovation of the system.
So that's correct.
Any further questions? Ms. Willoughby, the next item.
Next item is the Carson Valley or West Valley well. This would construct new well, piping, and necessary appurtenances at a preferred location identified in the West Valley hydrogeological study to meet water system demand. West Valley, it's located in the West Valley area. Specific location will be identified in the first phase of work. Additional source water supply has been identified in the North County specific plan to meet growing water demands in the North County area and provide source water redundancy. You can see this is projected to cost $2.3 million over 3 years, with the first $300,000 funded in fiscal year 21-22. It will position the utility to meet system demand and generate revenue through connection fees and from new customers. So there'll be additional operating expenses and revenues.
Mr. Richter, do we have any idea? I mean, have you tried to identify potential locations for this? And would it be located on existing county property, or would be also have an expense of buying property to locate this system?
Phil Richter, Director of Public Works, for the record. No, we have not identified a location. I think that's the initial funding here is to work on that in terms of where these are located, or where this would be located. In the West Valley area, there is there's quite a bit of land still within the U.S. Forest Service and BLM that might be accessible to us for a public facility use like this and some sort of long-term lease. We have a number of our utilities infrastructure, whether it be tanks or booster stations and stuff, are located on easements within common property like that owned by the U.S. Forest Service and BLM.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Ms. Willoughby, the next item.
Next item is the Genoa Well Number 2 reconfiguration. This project will replace the pump and motor in Genoa Lakes Well Number 2, reconfigure the waterline piping to pump directly to the Sierra Shadows water tank zone. These improvements will improve system hydraulics to eliminate the need for the Genoa booster pump station. $40,000 in pre-construction and $235,000 in construction identified for fiscal year 21-22. Again, funding has been identified through capital reserves.
Any questions? Okay, Ms. Willoughby, next item.
Next item is Sierra Country Estates Well Number 2 upgrades. Scope is the 2014 preliminary engineering report for Sierra Country Estates documented constructions of Sierra Country Estates Well Number 2 and limitations on pumping capacity due to a 6-inch PVC. Further assess Well Number 2, and if warranted, 1, will assess the options to upgrade electrical service, and number 2, upgrade telemetry and SCADA between Well Number 2 and the water treatment facility. This is one of 2 wells that supply water to Sierra Country Estates and is a critical facility to provide reliable water service to the area. A total of $200,000 for fiscal year 21-22 identified through as a use of which
Item 1, rather than assesses options, or I'm not sure what that word's supposed to be.
it's assessed. So they're going to decide where, if it's going to assess the Well Number 2, not like a tax assessment, but just review the options, and if they find it's warranted, they'll move on to number 2.
I'm just suggesting it's missing an S in that word.
Any other further questions or comments? Ms. Willoughby, next item.
This is an ongoing project, well rehabilitation program. The county water utility operates and maintains approximately 16 wells in Carson Valley and 2 wells at Lake Tahoe. A plan will be developed to systematically evaluate the condition of wells, clean and rehabilitate the wells, and replace pumps and motors as warranted. And this will be throughout the system on an ongoing basis. See, projecting $125,000 each year for the next 4 years. And funding would be from capital reserves.
Any questions? Ms. Willoughby, the next item.
The next 3 projects are all from stormwater, and they are all very similar. I'll go through all 3 of them at once. These are all projects that were identified through the flood litigation settlement that are required to be done. The first one is in priority order is Stephanie Basin, total of $399,700. Romero Wash is next. Skyline Wash, and then Chowbuck Wash Detention Basin. All 4 of these are part of the settlement. There is additional costs that are required because we've had to do some additional studies with the BLM land and have them produce, do some studies. So the primary source of funding for all 4 of these projects is the Flood Litigation Settlement Fund, which that's part of the settlement, and additional funding will be, as needed, will be taken from the Stormwater fund balance.
My only comment is, where do they come up with some of these names? Chowbuck Wash?
I think, Mr. Chair, if you go back into the records, perhaps in 1860s, maybe you'll find them out there at the airport.
Get right on that for me, will you please, so we can find out? Ms. Willoughby, does that conclude the presentation?
Terry Willoughby, for the record, that does conclude the presentation. I'd like to talk about the funding of unfunded projects very quickly. I'd also like to note that these were identified in priority order by the department. If the board wishes to change priorities at the next meeting, you're welcome to do that. Obviously, would be within, as funding allowed. So the big unfunded project right now, and you can see, and I'll kind of go through, this is sorted in fund order. Community services, we've already identified the project. I'll be working with them to see if there's any additional funding available before the final hearing. Library is unfunded. Stormwater is funded. Yes, it's in the binder. I changed the order so it's the same. This is the version that's in, it's Excel, I just sorted it differently by fund. That's okay, I should have mentioned that. So the big fund, and I'll go back to this, it's listed by fund order. Sewer utility, they're funding that out of capital reserves. Water utility, they have sufficient funding between grants, the state revolving fund loan. The airport records facility improvements is funded through the ad valorem capital project. We're going to talk about JLEC in just a moment. Martin Slough, we've identified funding for the remainder of the project. It's funded through grants and residential construction tax. These projects for the first fiscal year are funded through residential construction tax. Muller Parkway, we believe to have sufficient funding. So I wanted to walk you through some of the available funding sources and what my recommendations would be. Given that the Judicial Law Enforcement Center project does still remain unfunded. So the general fund, after looking at the revenues and expenditures and the supplementals, current year available, let me make this bigger. No, it's not in your packet. It'll be in supplemental information today. So there's 2.9 available in the general fund from current year operations. This is a calculation of projected ending fund balance of 10.9. Fund balance requirements require that we keep 2 months of operating expenditures and transfers available. That would leave you an additional 2.6 million, and you would still be in compliance with the fund balance policy if you were to direct some of that funding towards a capital improvement project, which was identified as an option in the fund balance policy, because it's a one-time use of funds. So
that's from this year's revenue and keeping in reserve the 2 months, deducting the amount that you keep in reserves for 2 months. And that we could use for capital funding if we voted on it.
Terry Willoughby, that's correct. That's from the general fund. The Ad valorem Capital Project Fund, which is Fund 405, has a total of $2.4 million. This is governed by NRS 354.598-155, which says money in the fund may be used for purchase of capital assets, including land, improvements to land, major items of equipment, renovation of existing government facilities, not including recurring maintenance, and repayment of medium-term obligations issued to fund a project. A regional transportation fund, that would be used for Muller. You can see we're projecting an ending balance of fiscal year 10 million, so we're projecting there'll be enough money in there. We're going to develop an extensive financial plan to bring that back to the board.
The $2,402,000 of the ad valorem tax, is that after whatever you've already identified as being funded by it?
Terry will be for the record, yes, it is.
Isn't there an additional amount that's in reserve from, or in the balance that's been left over from years past for both that and the general fund? And is the general fund the one there, the $2,600,000, or am I?
The fund balance in the general fund that is available, which is prior year money that's rolled over, would be the 2.6. The 2.9 is what's available in the current year from revenue and expenditures after funding. So it's a total of 5.5 from the general fund. This amount is the total fund balance in this fund.
For all of the years then, not just this year?
Correct. For this fund, that's the total amount available in this fund. Same thing for regional transportation. This is the projected ending fund balance, so that would be all years combined. An additional amount that we have not talked about is there were expenditures that were claimed by the general fund for the current fiscal year that will be reimbursed to the general fund at the end of this fiscal year, and that will be about 3.6. So my recommendation for funding JLEC would be to transfer $2 million from the general fund to the county construction with an earmark designation for funding for the JLEC project, and take an additional $2 million from the Ad valorem Capital Project Fund, which would bring a total of $4 million we could earmark for JLEC for the current fiscal year, which would go towards the land purchase and design. And then we could deal with the earmark of this additional 3.6 when that comes back to the board.
I think it's obvious that you're going to get a resounding approval from me in that regard. So I'm all in favor of that, what you're indicating there. I did have an additional question on this. $3.6 million from the CARES Act reimbursement fund to the general fund. Does that, I know that we previously also took from CARES Act 1.1 million and put it back into the general fund as well. Does this 3.6 include that 1.1, or is this in addition to that 1.1?
Terry Willoughby for the record. The other transfers were separate. This is additional money. So those were for last fiscal year expenditures that were incurred by the general fund, and we received the CARES Act funding this year, and so we reimbursed the general fund. We claimed expenditures for this current year through the CARES Act, but those have not gone back to the general fund yet. That's the 3.6.
And this doesn't bring into account any of the 9.4 million that we're receiving from the American Recovery Act. Is that right?
No, it does not. Has not been received yet, and I don't have any guidance yet. But this is strictly the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Recovery Act.
I didn't think so, but I just wanted to make sure that that was articulated to the public. Thank you.
Terry Willoughby for the record. we're not voting on this. This is for presentation only. I would bring this back as part of the final plan to show that the funding for the Judicial Law Enforcement Center is in place.
If I could just add a comment, and we've talked about this before, but I want to make sure it's clear on the record. There's a unique set of circumstances one time and why we have so much money available. You know, part of it was CARES Act. Part of it was we did a lot of belt tightening for the current fiscal year and withheld a lot of expenditures, suspended a lot of capital projects that hadn't been started yet. And the economy has performed much better than we anticipated, and so our revenue is up. So those three things have created a unique storm where the county has the resources to take care of some of these longstanding needs.
Well, I go back to this JLEC Center. You know, once again, we're sitting on a 40-year-old property there that has just aged and aged and aged and aged, and I am looking forward to at least trying to address that issue as we go forward in the next several years. I think that's important for the public safety aspects of our county. So I appreciate you bringing that forward. I do.
Well, in conjunction with that, you know, as much as we can do in the regard to the JLEC Center and pay as you go, because it's a lot less expensive than going out and financing it. Of course, interest rates are low right now, but we can continue to take any extra money we've got and put it into that fund to get that project going. So, but pay as you go is a very comforting way to be able to do it and not obligate the county to anybody else. Thank you. Somebody want to get that?
And just a side note, I think we've been through about 1,000 pages of documents, and I got my first paper cut on the very last document. So I congratulate myself in that regard. Didn't have a lot of bloodletting.
Are there any further comments from the board? At this juncture, we'll take public comments from the citizens in the chamber. Are there any public comments?
Mr. Chair, do we need a motion on this to accept this report?
You are correct, we do.
Okay. I will so move to accept this report. Is that, yes.
Second.
Zach Wadley, DA's office. You can move to accept the report. That's fine. I don't think staff's looking for any action. It's just more direction from the board and review of all these projects that you've talked about. So if with the motion on the floor in the second to accept the report, that's fine. You can take the vote and we can move forward.
Good. We have a that comes next. We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Nosad. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion is carried 5-0. Now we'll move to public comments. And we'll start with public comments from anybody in the audience here in chambers. Seeing none. Natalie, do we have, I think Ellie Waller had comments at the end. Have you got anybody else?
Commissioners, Natalie Wood for the record. We do have one caller on, it's Ellie Waller, and she did note earlier that she had closing public comments, so I'll go ahead and start with her.
Thank you, Ellie Waller for the record. I have a request for a couple upcoming meetings since there was discussion about legal obligations versus the dissolution of RDA 2. I think that needs to be agendized as a topic. Secondly, the South Lake Tahoe Main Street Management Plan is still seeking funding, and there has been some notation in documentation about an obligation to Douglas County to co-own a street. We should be requesting an update from Carl Hasty of the Tahoe Transportation District or somebody on his staff. Item speaking to Clear Creek water system. I just have some concern about the word future development. I did send you written comments. I do object if this is Schneider Ranch, which is not an application, pre-application or a project, and should not include anything for that. And lastly, maybe Mr. Ricker can answer if there or provide an update for the fire protection system for Alpine View Estates. We have inoperable hydrants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ellie. Nellie, with the record, we do not have any additional public comment through Zoom.
See no additional public comments. This meeting is adjourned.